There we go. Hello, welcome to the stream. It's gonna be a hot one again. 35 Celsius outside. And I don't have AC in this room. And it's gonna be a long race, 75 laps around here. So this is already qualifying. And it's 1 hour long, so can take a lot of time. No need to push lap after lap. Wait, is this FOV? It is correct, 26, okay. I'll move over for P1. Maybe last double check if audio is fine. Audio is in fact fine. Harry, you're playing AC. Well, AC is a fun one. My favorite AC mod must be Need for Speed Underground 2, like whole world, and then the Japanese, like the original Japanese DLC from AC. If you're in fact playing Assetto Corsa, not air conditioning. But oh well, they're not selling air conditioning on Steam, so... So here we go, lap 1, attempt 1. Already missed the first apex. This is barely flat out, without any downforce. Actually, with this round steering wheel, it's so fun to take some cars and like drift around. Not even necessary to have a drift mod. Like in AC. It's still a big and a heavy car. This mod here just it has actually way too much grip, so we can carry crazy speeds around the corners and the tires kind of go to 200 Celsius and still don't lose much grip and don't wear much. But it's kind of realistic and fun. Need to battle the steering wheel quite hard. So let's see how much of pace I am. 7 tenths, okay, I can gain that. Ay ay ay. I think I abandoned this lap. About this curb here, I guess it's a lot different than in iRacing or some other games where Watkins Glen is driven a lot. Here I just need to keep 2 wheels on the curb. And then it's legal. That gold color is quite nice. Quite weird in these corners. I mean, I have not driven Watkins Glen a lot, but this turn 2, turn 3, it's basically a straight with a little bit of a kink. But with this car, it's 2 proper corners and the tires start screaming and overheating. It's quite tricky. LMU didn't run good. I mean, it kind of, I don't know. Not sure if they actually have updated with some optimizations, but like when I first ran it, it was stuttering like crazy, even though it had like consistent 140 FPS or whatever. 137 I have fixed frame rate. Still felt stuttery and freezing and so on, with a lot of input lag. But at some point it just stopped doing that and then it was fine. I don't know. And yeah, it keeps crashing for me as well, but not enough to make me not use it anymore. Just had 1 DNF because of game crash in all these months, so that's pretty lucky. Hello, Pedro. Right, 7/10 to my teammate in P1. Must have lost 3/10 in turn 1 before. Come on, Apex. Slightly better. Oh no, temp car. Okay. And slightly offline to anticipate him not moving over, so lost a bit of time. Do I know Buzz and Mods on AC? I heard that name before, but I've never been that much into AC, so I don't really know. I wonder how these cars from this era here drive like in real life, because here like I brake and it starts rotating by itself, and then instead of catching the rear slide I need to actually turn in to make the corner, so it's very tricky, but RF2 tires kind of allow that without killing me. Like here, I need to turn in, but at the same time I should be correcting the oversteer. Come on. I lost quite some time on this lap. I'll try third gear. Pedro, I will have to try them at some point for sure. Like, there are some historical mods in RF2 which are really, really good. Like the 54 sports car mod and 67. But this is kind of... what we are driving here is just that Ford Mustang, like stock ISI car with barely any changes, so it's not really a great mod or something, but it's still fun. Hey Joao, I assume you meant to say hey or hello. I kept doing this. Could be still an improvement, not by much. Not enough fuel. Copy. Well, I think second lap is not fast enough anyway, so I'll rather decrease the fuel and just do one attempt. Because the tires in those long corners are really suffering. Is that Jesper going faster and faster? No, it's not Jesper. Wait, where are my... No. Is it this? Ah, yeah. Gardiner, Mr. Southpaw Racer, I think, on YouTube. He's extremely fast here with the Barracuda that has a lot more horsepower. Actually, for this series that we're doing now, like there was a voting between Trans Am and this mod, or like another like 67 sports car or something, but we kind of voted for the American stuff for a bit of a change. Although I guess the other option would be kind of better driving wise. That Plymouth Barracuda is just like every race, it's faster and faster. But, well, I have 36 point advantage, and with 2 races to go there is still 40 points max, so I should become the overall, well, not champion because it's not called championship, it's challenge. How's it called? Trans Am something challenge. Oh, Gardiner now 58.9. That's some crazy lap times. I hope he will absolutely destroy the tires in the race, so we have some chance against him. I don't understand this car balance. Lost a lot of time by taking a wide entry. maybe my brake bias is too far to the rear. Well, not an improvement, but I can see where to gain 3 more tenths or 4 even. But good to see Jesper is finding some good pace as well. And I need to hide that tire graphics because the temperatures just make no sense at all. I'll keep it in the timing screen. Here I think I just need to attack the apex and hold the tight line. I've never raced here, to be honest. I just did some hot lapping competitions. Oh, I raced here in iRacing, I remember, in the AMG GT3. But that was just a random online race. My brake bias is reset, okay. Well, I love some kind of vintage every now and then. So much appreciated. Although it's best if, like, I mean, just driving around is fun, but it's best if it's enjoyed in league races like this. That was a nice corner. But I did not gain much time. Interesting. way too sideways. But that's gonna be a nice improvement. Now out of fuel? Okay, just about over the line. 4 more tenths to be P1, crazy. Well, the slipstream will be important. Ah, 1/10 or 1 millisecond ahead of Jesper, feels good. I do imagine there is quite some in historic leagues in AC. I actually need to check what exactly I have installed in AC. I have the content manager, I have Sol or that custom shaders patch, stuff like that. I tried in low fuel motorsports when they launched with the AC. I tried doing some events, but I could not make it look fine. It was always like very dark road and very bright sky and so on, so then I just gave up. And the AC Le Mans looked horrendous compared to RF2 or LMU, so... But I guess Le Mans is not where AC is the best. Ah, Solid's obsolete copy. I've heard about Pure, but I think I just saw like 1 or 2 video. Well, I didn't even click on it, I just saw the thumbnail about it. So I'm gonna check that for sure. Now brake bias, okay. Need to fix it in the setup. Wrong gear, but I clipped the grass as well. I'm just gonna practice the pit entry. No worries about English, I understand everything, and probably my English is not the best either. So I can ignore the pit entry lines. And then no pit speed limit. Spot on. Only 20 drivers, we had 30 plus initially when the series started. But a couple of fast guys cannot do it anymore, which is unfortunate. Otherwise that would be a crazy huge battle at the top. I mean, it's still gonna be a nice battle anyway. Clean install of AC. Yeah, that could be an idea. I mean, the PC is not too old. I've had it for, I suppose, 2 years now. And I didn't really do much AC here. But yeah, I might just uninstall and reinstall and so on. But yeah, thank you for the tips and the info. I need to check it out. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I'll need to figure out, like, I need to make some plans about streaming for like late summer and for the autumn. In the next weeks we will have meetings within the team to figure out what to do about it, what to stream and where to compete in. Obviously, if there was Le Mans Virtual announced, then it would make things a lot easier or a lot more difficult at the same time. But let's see. I forgot to fix the brake bias again. Need to leave some space ahead. Wait, is that P2 or P20 something? P12. I don't know if I'm gonna get the blue flag, I'm just gonna wait for them. There is some good space behind. Joao, about VC or I guess you mean that Jimmy Ellison, it's not LMVS, it's VLMS or something like that. I am yet to decide. I'm not good at this corner. Oh, thank you, Pedro. Yeah, I will see. I will see. This guy should have blue flag, right? Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing here. Just feels like I brake too much and I just need to carry more speed into there. Way too sideways. Well, 23 more minutes to go. And I think to make it more esports, 1 liter less, and I save a little bit of fuel on the outlap, not to run out of it over the line. I think I'm just like overall struggling with shifting balance. Like in some corners it's a lot of oversteer, in some it's a lot of understeer, and like into turn 1 the rear just snaps for no reason at all. I mean, for a good reason, but I cannot fix that with the setup because the rest of the track is gonna be undrivable then with all the understeer. I think I can see like 3 more tenths, and that would put me very close to P1. I thought I'm gonna lose much more here in this section because of the straights, but I think no, this is already sector 2, so the Barracuda is gaining here a lot, so then my sector 2 is probably suffering. Yeah, thank you, Pedro. I mean, it's a very long quali session, so I appreciate having some chat and thinking about other things, not just 1 hour of hot lapping. And yeah, about LMVS or VLMS, it should be good fun, but yeah, I need to see. I'm like, I don't know, I would say 50-50, but maybe it's 55 for and 45% against. But wait, the sign up is 26th of July, so yeah, it should be like 2 more weeks. Should be just enough for me to figure out with the team what exactly we want to do. I wonder if last corner is actually 2nd gear, but then it's gonna be very early upshift. I can try now. Yeah, it's immediate upshift. Maybe better to just keep it in 3rd. Well, for now it's myself and Jesper at Rafa, and then like in this series here we had Ross McGregor substituting for Jesper when Jesper could not race, and Ross is well, part of Traction GG, which is part of Rafa, so it's all pretty good fun. So we actually have quite some fast drivers, but only 2 are here for the esports or for actual fast driving. I missed the apex a bit. So I'm kind of tight with P1 in the sectors after 2 sectors. So I must be losing a lot of time in these last corners. That was slow and clean, but it's an improvement. 2/10 in sector 3, I don't know where. And it's not really that much power dependent, it's just like cornering. Well, there is no park ferme, so I could try something with the setup. 1 click stiffer rear spring and a bit more track bar, and let's see what happens. But I need to put it back for the race. Yeah, I have raced with Michi. Well, we were teammates at Burst Esport. But now he's a free agent. But still, well, feels still like a colleague. At least when it comes to streaming and so on. So always good to have him on track and race against him or with him. Well, same for David. I'll try a bit slower outlap, maybe that helps with the tire temps. Where is sector 3 line anyway? I guess after this corner. VLMS and VC, yeah, sector 3 is there. VLMS and VC is like, how to say, every 2 weeks, right? Like in sequence, so it's never clashing. It would be probably extremely strange if there was a clash there. That upshift to 4 just before the line gained me quite some time. But turn 1 was quite good as well. I messed up. Well, I have better rotation but less traction now on this setup change. Bonk. Ah. have just moved the camera. Nice. Well, I should have 2 more tenths to gain here. That would put me into... Where is the button? I can be P2 here. If I put it together. Yeah, about the dampers, like they work quite a lot differently here, like both springs and dampers. Because in RF2 usually you just need to go quite soft and then you gain grip. But here if it's soft, both damping and springs, then it just oscillates and wobbles and rolls so much that it's basically undrivable. So the front is quite stiff, and the rear as well. And it feels like if I soften the rear, I don't know, it's just slower. Well, setup videos, it's been tricky because it would be clash of interest with my contract. Well, I don't know, but I would need to look into the current contract because I could well, maybe it's simpler if I put it like this, like there was LMVS and Formula Pro and GT Pro and so on. If I start doing setup videos, then people will learn from me, but some people that I don't want to be learning from me will learn from me, and then I will have difficult time when doing esports. But well, at the moment there is not really any esports, so it might be better for me to give away some knowledge. But let's see. I think, yeah, I'll see, because it's not easy to make a setup video or setup stream interesting. And I think the main realization in working on setups is that most of it is just placebo, and then trying to figure what is placebo and what's actual improvement. Ah, come on! It just doesn't turn! Nah, I need to abandon this. Button brake, let's go. I lose the rear on the on the entry, and then on the exit it's understeery. And then, well, there are many setup principles that could fix it, but knowing how certain tire models like this one in RF2 work, a lot of knowledge just instantly falls apart because the tire can eat up so much of stuff. But then it's better to make like setup non-optimal, but the tire will just absorb all the problems. I mean, big part of it, especially when it comes to high downforce cars, is understanding the vehicle dynamics and what to do with the ride heights and how to, well, how to achieve certain suspension movement in each corner. But then when it comes to, I don't know, cambers, ARBs, toe, maybe overall wing level even, it's just tricky. Sometimes you really just need to do a lot of laps and then at some point you just save a setup because it felt good. Without any good reason behind it. That's a very good. Come on. Oh, wow. That's a great rotation. That's gonna be P2, I think. Yes. Wow, what a lap. That was such a crazy gain in the last corner. Oof, I'm not gonna improve that ever. Phew, just about managed to hold the oversteer. Excuse me. Again, in the classic RF2 way, like battling oversteer on the entry and then just turning in the good old Alonso style to kind of induce some understeer and then managing the wheel spin on the exit. I want to see the replay of those last corners. Well, here I finally just like carried correct kind of speed into there, not to have the rear killing me. I don't think this was any special. But here, I don't know. Like at this point normally I would get terminal understeer and just go straight into the wall. But here it just kept rotating. I could even carry more speed if I could anticipate that much rotation and grip. Okay, and Jesper instantly gets me back. Of course. Is that replay? Yeah. I mean, I suppose I need to go for the last run. Why is my FFB turning off every time? Okay. Well, I was quite safe initially. I think I broke slightly earlier than in previous attempts. But anyway, the setup feels as if it's working quite well after those clicks. And I think even if the rear feels a bit oversteery, I think the front overheats more than the rear. And maybe the front wear is even higher than the rear, so maybe I just need to bear with the oversteer in the long run. One moment. I'm back. Why is this camera sliding to the right? It's tightened maximum. I cannot tighten it more. Okay. So, can I gain a bit more than 1/10? I guess I can, but I don't know how. All the corners were pretty good. Go crazy on T1. Yeah, I might need to abuse that apex curb. The rule is 2 wheels on the curb, so felt like I'm gonna roll over at some point. Well, I guess cannot improve that anymore, but maybe I just try sending it and see if the delta at least goes a bit better. Nah, not gonna be an improvement this time. But this thing is quite a drift car. Can recover so crazy big angles, it's insane. Oh well, I'll practice the pit entry once again. And then I need to think of the race strategy. And look at those angles, like I don't know if that's realistic from those old cars. I mean, they had some crazy big snaps which were catchable, but still this feels like the tire is like an actual drift tire. Okay, maybe not. It's funny because in RF2 usually there is a bit of a lack of feeling of weight. Probably just because the tires react so quickly that it then feels like the car is light, but yeah. Well, that's gonna be P3. Maybe Nicholas can still improve. Purple S1, uh-oh. But he messed up S2, so... Nah, he's abandoning it. Okay. Yeah, about old American cars, I can only judge from some old Ford Mustang onboards on YouTube. And they generally feel like they have zero grip. And they are doing this all the time. Which I'm doing as well with this car, but... not exactly sure how exactly it was. So, I don't know. I need to keep it slightly more under control. I don't know. Let's say like this. So this was quali set. I'm gonna just have one. When did I click this? I don't know. Okay, it's time for the briefing. Where is it? It's here.
Okay. I think that is pretty much everyone, except for Jesper. I'll just give him another few seconds.
Where is Jesper?
Okay, I might get started here with the briefing. Nico's taking a well-earned break, so you're stuck with Darren for the briefing today. Thank you all for joining the New York 250. I'm streaming the briefing document, which hopefully you've all had a chance to at least have a scan through prior to the event. So if you haven't, then check out my stream. So we've got a 76 lap race today that consists of 1 formation lap and 75 flying laps. Damn, I forgot to say congratulations to Reese and Nikolai on your outright and class pole positions, respectively. Well done. Special shout out to Mark Johnson. You almost got there just at the end. That was really good to watch. So well done, mate. But anyway, so I'll start with the starting procedure. We're going to have a rolling start with a manual formation lap. So you'll in game you'll see a count of 76 laps. The way you proceed to the grid is the same as a standing start, but going off the line, we will be in a formation lap. So the speed on that lap will be a maximum of approximately 60 miles or 100 kilometres per hour. So Reese, please make sure to govern that for us. Formation lap will be single file until the exit of the left-hand corner turn 9, which is the penultimate corner of the lap, I believe, where we'll return to being double file in preparation for the race start. So one thing to note while you're on the standing grid, just note which side of the grid you're on relative to other cars. Help you out there. The speeds to remain consistent until the leaders exit the final corner and enter the starting area, which is shown in the picture below. It starts at the I Love New York bridge, and the pole sitter Reese controls the pace, and he's allowed to start anywhere between that bridge and the blue line, which is the start-finish line. So that's the start procedure. Lapping traffic, we've got standard multi-class rules. So the faster car has the responsibility to make a safe pass, but at the same time, the slower car the car that's being lapped has the responsibility to be predictable and to not defend against any passing manoeuvre. Track limits are pretty easy here. In almost all cases, they're defined by either the white line or the outside edge of the curbing. As you can see for the example in turn 1 that's shown here in the document. So hopefully you've noted all of those. And basically with track limits, if someone gains a significant advantage or position, the driver who is disadvantaged in that situation has the right to protest. Stewards like myself will also be keeping an eye for any egregious or extreme examples of exceeding track limits. So please try and keep 2 wheels inside of the track limits at all times. The only real exception to the outside of curb thing is turn 5, the outer loop. And I've got that showing on screen now. Honestly, if you're out there though, I'm not sure if that's the fastest line, unless you're Ross Chastain or something. So, yeah, that's the only real exception. We've got the heel shown there. So that's the right-hander at the top of the hill. So, and finally, turn 10. Which is the penultimate corner. Sorry, I said turn 9 before, but turn 10. So you guys should be in double file before you exit this corner, turn 10, hopefully, for the start. So that's track limits, orange zones, the entirety of lap 1, and the pit lane for the entirety of the race are classified as an orange zone, which means anything that happens, any incidents that are deemed worthy of penalising that happen within an orange zone are going to be penalised more harshly, basically. In regards to pit lane speed, we don't have a speed limit. We want you to be safe, so you've really got to make sure that you enter and exit your pit box safely. Pit boxes should be assigned per team. You will possibly be sharing a box with someone. So after this briefing is over, you may want to proceed to book a pit stop in and check that out, who you may be in there with. Double stacking 4 shared pit boxes, and when I say double stacking, I mean side by side, not end to end. That is allowed, and you can do it. It can be a little bit awkward to get it to work, but you're welcome to try. Specific to this round, for this round, given the nature of turn 1 and turn 2, we are enforcing the pit exit line. So please stay within that line when you're exiting the pits. That's a safety thing. If you have severe damage, it's your responsibility to either retire the car if you judge that the damage is too much, but if you think you can get back to the pit safely, do that so in a very cautious manner. Try not to drive too fast, so on. If you're in that situation and you needlessly impair or cause problems for other drivers, you'll be penalised. And if you do choose to carry on with a severely damaged car, full stop, then you will be penalised. If you do happen to disconnect or the game crashes, you can rejoin. You will rejoin from the pits and you can carry on as you were. You'll lose time in the process and your car will be in the same state of repair that it was when you the game crashed or you disconnected. So there's no benefit to purposely jumping out of and back into the game. So you've probably heard enough of me by now. So I'll ask, is there any questions?
Well, my game crashed.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for attending.
It's back.
Hope you all have a wonderful race, a successful one, and please be respectful to one another out there. Thanks and good luck.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll put the camera on Jesper if he drives. Yeah, BRB. Mike. This Mike is doing weird things. Okay. So is stream still running? It is. FFB is on, I think. Full tank. Calculator is ready. Thank you, Joao. Yeah, let's see how the strategy unfolds. I'm gonna double check the fuel. .9 full push. Okay. What a track, Alex, indeed. I don't really enjoy that much this track. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it feels a bit weird on the modern layout with these old cars. Oh, that barrier is drive-through, okay. But yeah, thank you, Pedro. Let's see what to do with the strategy. I think if only the left side tires were. Jesper could drive through it. That's not fair. What's that about? Well, sometimes you cannot see an object because you have lowest details, you can drive through it. But that's a long time since I saw something like that in RF2. Yeah, very biased. Thank you, Hyper. Well, I guess one last pit entry practice. And I need to remember what buttons. Wait, this is pit requests. Okay. And then I can just change left side maybe, if it wears the most. Quite some more traction now on a full tank as well, so that's fine. What gearbox I use? I have SHH shifter, I think it's called. Like it's metal inside, but it has 3D printed outside the housing. And it's actually like it's very adjustable. The forces and the throw and stuff can be adjusted, well, to some extent. And it's either H pattern or sequential. And it's actually different buttons, so if I move the switch, I suddenly have 2 extra buttons. Why am I braking? It's no pit speed limit, come on. $12 for the tires. And I guess it's 22 for all 4 or something like that. No, it's actually more, 25. Kind of forgot about it. FSR habits indeed. Already done 2 test races, right? For FSR. Alex, what's gonna be the pole position for FSR Kota in Pro? This chat is extremely safe. Closer to 35 than to 33. Wait, what was I doing? 30... I guess that makes sense. Oh yeah, my first attempt... Yeah, I remember I did a 35 something and felt like a bad lap, but then I did a good lap and it was again 35 something and I started to worry. But eventually the 5 got changed into 4. So if it's 34.6, 34.7 for Pro, what is gonna be WC? 32.9? Well, I guess we are not moving sessions here, like we should be going to the race 2 minutes ago already, but probably we're waiting for timer to run out. It's gonna be quite a long race as well, 75 laps. I mean, it's not the longest of tracks, but still gonna take some time, so would be nice to get it moving. So let's see, second gear. I must not blow the engine on that downshift. Tires 29, well that's because of the... well, I didn't request the pit stop, so it's gonna take longer. I'm actually surprised that my wrists are not dead after the big race yesterday in LMU Online. Oh, Jesper joined the chat. Good evening. Is my... No, my audio is fine. 34.3 leave or take. Well, that's quite a respectable lap time. What a nice collection of cars. It reminds me of my visit to Spa 24 in the historic grid. No grid, like the paddock or like the garages, the tents. It was a very nice experience seeing 20-30 valuable old cars parked there. There we go. Tank. I would take mediums, but there are none. I hope Jesper gets Rice into T1 or into T4 with some good slipstream. Ah, it went to first. Wait. Auto clutch. Ah, okay. Let's have some headlights. And what to do with the tires? Wait. Maybe... Maybe I put it like that for plan A. So, manual formation. Thinking of the fact that I need to do 75 laps in this now. It's quite a long race, right? Well, I hope the strategy and the racing will be fun enough to make it worthwhile. Well, Lime Rock last time was quite crazy. It felt like I had no pace and I was just dropping behind. And at some point I was leading. Anyway, it would be nice if that happens more often, to be honest. I need to have a little bit of glucose. And now we go too wide. Is it first gear? Probably it's first. Anyway, let's have a nice race. I should have taken second. P1 going wide. P2 going wide. There's gonna be some nice slipstream here. Straight not long enough, but they're already skidding, so that's good news for my tire saving strat. Just must stay in the tow at any cost. Gardiner is not feeling it at the moment, looks like. Missing a lot of apexes. Had to lift out of it, otherwise I would bump the wall. Oh, Jesper! Hopefully there's not much damage. interesting line. While Jesper surely has very little damage, can stay very close to me. The Pontiac of me and Jesper is a lot better on the brakes. He's gonna destroy the tires like crazy. Maybe I should go less Jesper through. I'm forcing him to save some tires and fuel, so that's fine. Okay. I'm wide. And it's better if he attacks P1 now. Which wheel do I use? So this is basically T500 RS wheel rim without any buttons, and I drilled some holes into it, so it now fits on the SimuCube quick release. I wanted a round rim, and the standard solutions were 300, 400, 500 euros. And this one was for free. Well, I needed to buy extra quick release, which was what, 50? We both go wide here. Now Gardiner is pulling away a bit, that's worrying. But we were extremely slow. No worries, Zain. Well, I lack some buttons. I have this kind of shifter, which I won in some competition, which kind of gives me at least 2 buttons. But for cars like this, you don't need many buttons anyway, because for the pit strategy and for push to talk. Nice flames. Maybe Jesper indeed has some damage. Let's see if his mic starts working. Do you have some damage? His mic is not working. Unlucky. I guess I take the position here. Yeah. Well, I'm not any faster than Jesper. We lost the toe of the leader. No crash. I will let him through. Ah, he lifted as well. Well, we are in the same chat, but something went wrong with the communication systems, so we cannot talk to each other. Yeah, well, Pedro, I don't stream on Twitch yet, but I will soon sort out the restream. Ooh. I don't want to battle him, but we are now both doing big mistakes. Ah, the grass is good. Need to start clipping the grass. It's nice that I can see my braking point through the glasses or through the windshield and the rear glass or window of Jesper's car. I could not see it through the Barracuda of Gardiner before. It's just way too big of a car. Yeah, I will stay behind Jesper until his tires wear a lot more than mine, and then he'll be able to be in my slipstream and not drop off so much. I think that's the plan. Texting from the beach, nice. I hope the beach is nice. I would love to go swimming after this race. But the nearest beach is 1 hour and 15 minutes of driving away. Unlucky. But when I grow up I will have a pool and I will be able to jump in. It must be quite something to actually live on seaside. We lost 6/10 to Gardiner this lap. That's not great. And well, I am saving a bit of fuel, but the refueling rate is very fast, so it's not like I'm saving crazy much. I guess I go for it now. Maybe not yet. About Rice, I don't know. I said before, like the more the season progresses, the faster he gets. Maybe it's time to start crying about bad BOP. But I mean, it's really interesting because at Road America, which has the longest straights, the Pontiac, which is the weakest, just had an edge over anybody else. And then on a track like this, where there is not really a long straight, the Barracuda just gains a lot. But I think it's not just straight, it's like the biggest gain is here in sector 3 and I don't know why. Maybe traction or just more weight on the front and then it turns better, I don't know. We are losing time. Yeah, I'll make a move. Won't even need to make a move. I need to lift out of it. And now I'm too far. My tires are in a lot better condition. Ah, no, 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 no. What are we doing here? Messing up this much. Sorry, Jesper. I thought I braked at the correct point, but I think I just had so much overspeed and I came from a different angle that the braking point was actually in a different space than what I anticipated. And the gap to P1 is opening up. Oh, that's... I thought it was P1 for the moment. Right, let's brake safely. Interesting. those gaps are a bit broken, right? Like it depends what corner you are in. Well, only... well, 2 tenths lost, despite the mistakes. Understeer. Oh, Gardiner already in the pits. Interesting. Oh, Jesper did a mistake there. Wait, what? 16 seconds for Gardiner. What kind of pit stop was that? I broke very early there. 16 plus 7. What can you do in 23 seconds? And 5 or 6, 7 of those are stopping and going. Maybe he short fueled and just didn't change any tire. I hope Jesper boxes. Oh well. If you can hear me, I go 2 laps longer. Otherwise we double stack or something. Well, thankfully he boxes, okay. I have no idea what he will do strat-wise though. Jesper must have done like a full service. So box. Hope I have not clipped the camera with the headphones now. A gardener must be doing exactly the same as I'm doing. That second part of the curb is too high. Alright, gap to the lead, 8.4. Let's close it down. That was some nice grass. .4 again. Well, it's not gonna get any easier. But oh well, as it stands, I'm gonna win the overall standings. So that's something. But I mean, I'm not really here for the titles, but for the fun. Yay, I gained half a tenth. But I should be slightly better off strategy-wise, I think. Because he boxed 3 laps earlier, and I think refueled less. Let's see. That was not a good lap. And I lost 7 tenths. That Barracuda has such a great pace. If I put in a good lap, I just about managed to tie it. And if Gardiner puts in a good lap, he just gains huge time. Jesper is dropping off a lot. I wonder what he did. And maybe with the lack of slipstream, his damage is much more apparent now. But slipstream is worth so much here, like half a second plus. If we with the Jesper did not absolutely fail the first few laps, we would still be maybe in slipstream of Gardiner. Anyway, let's see how much shorter he is. Could be 2 full 21 lap stints till the end. That's 42. That would mean that 38. No, wait. 30, that means in 34 he could box already. In 3 laps. Depending on what he's doing. This is still not boxing. I'm overdoing those track limits a bit, but the grip is gone from the tires. And I desperately need P1 to box to have any chance. So I'm not any longer on the strategy compared to P1. That's not great. It's not overly motivating when doing PBs. Just mean you're matching the guy ahead. I'm not any better on the strategy, so I will need some drama for P1. Oof. So we are ironically doing exactly the same strategy with Gardiner. Ooh, Gardiner is stuck behind Jesper. Okay. So I see Jesper is doing some Danish Ministry of Defense things. He got him. Alright. So there is still some drama happening ahead, I see. I thought I had lapped cars ahead, but it's all for position. Not sure that was on me, but that's a teammate of P1 and he will try his best to block me. Horsepower, where are you? All right. Well, good to have lighter car. Well, the gap to P1 is smaller and smaller. Very curious. Right, over the finish line 4.1, 4.0. He's undoubtedly still faster, but I'm close. He gained like 2 tenths on me. That must have been very close for fastest lap of the race for him. I don't know how to take that braking zone. He actually made the PB by 2 milliseconds. Yeah, I don't have that kind of pace in the car. Very low 59 is best I can do. Also, I need to really like throw it all the way around or towards the inside and not take any opened space for better apex. Way too much rear wheel spin. Oh, Jesper will be having quite a nice fight for P3. I really wonder how sideways his steering damage is, or steering wheel because of the damage. My tires are kind of having enough. The pushing as well. I got quite surprised by that braking climb from him, but all good. Well, the lap times are still surprisingly good. Probably the real road is evolving still. Oh, Gardiner pits. So I do have 2 laps advantage on him. He will have fresh tires on the left side probably, but much more fuel. I'm actually gaining time, half a second. So well, this is not quick if I do it like that. "12 seconds. Well, I did gain a little bit. So 16 laps, 3 seconds. A lot of traffic. Things are still possible. Oh, he did a mistake. Well, pressure on for him. He still has slightly faster car. I just need to get his toe. Hi David, from my closet. Well, it's the same as it's been for 2 years or a year. The Trustmaster T500 RS. Well, this race became exciting. Yeah, I did remove the buttons, like I drilled the holes so it fits with the semi-cube. Quick release. Cannot get stuck here. But I mean, it's very good quality. Like, I mean, well, the Trustmaster T500 RS is not a cheap wheel anyway, but Like the rubber is... I mean, okay, I'm not using it every day, but the rubber is still intact. So close to the toe. I was so close to that wall there. Would have almost done the same thing as Jesper in lap 2. Yeah, well, 12 laps to go. Two more tenths, maybe 3. Is missing the apex. Come on. I should have already some tow now. My braking is better. Perfect. Let's go. Well, now I have the chances. Crazy how this race has turned around. Oh, he's spun. Oh, that must be so painful for him. Well, for me as well, in some aspect, because I was looking forward to a huge battle for the win. Oh, that must be so painful for him. He did everything right. And he's already done a similar mistake 2 races ago from the lead. Spinning out of a kink when the corner is almost done. He will be very deflated after that. But I can kind of relax now. I really wanted that battle, to be honest. I don't know if I would be able to overtake him because he had 40 horsepower more. I would need to like make a big lunge into here or some other corner. So, well, maybe it would not be great in the end with us both crashing or something, but well, the tables have turned. Well, David, now I can read the chat, I guess. And well, that exactly was my thoughts, like when I was signing up for this, or like for Targa Florio events with the old like 76 or 67 mod cars, or the 54 sports car mod and so on, or just like as I was talking during quali, doing some Assetto Corsa, like a Need for Speed Underground 2 map, and drifting those Japanese pack cars around. Like one just needs a round wheel rim, and then I had this at home already, so I just bought another quick release and drilled some holes, which is quite easy to do in this aluminium, like very drillable. Yeah, it's interesting, like he was really fast when he was ahead, like 10 seconds ahead. It was impossible to gain any time on him. But in the first stint, like in the first laps, when we were on his rear with Jesper, he basically missed half of the apexes, and I guess now he was under such heavy pressure that it was difficult to withstand it. and then that lapped car head did not move over, so without a lot of sim racing without a lot of sim racing experience, it's so difficult to keep everything composed together and still doing perfect lines and optimal lap times while watching the rear view mirror and trying to clear the lapped car ahead. Besides these cars obviously not being the easiest to drive on the limit. I mean, it's quite easy to drive, but the problem is you cannot know where the limit is because it's so vague. The tires are so soft and mushy and balloony. But I mean, it's still a story, right? This that we sim racers cannot just make like pull in hardcore content, but have always have to make a story out of it, so it's more relatable to general public. And this race has been quite an interesting story. From failing first stint completely, Jesper going into the wall, and myself overtaking him but messing up 2 times, and then being 7 seconds behind. And then he did his Danish Ministry of Defense tactics with longer stint, and some traffic shenanigans and stuff happened, and suddenly I was in the rear of P1. Then I suppose in F1, let's say, huge battle for the lead versus P2 pressuring P1 and P1 making a huge mistake and spinning out. What would be talked about more? Either way, such a long race, way too long. So very difficult to keep it interesting, but I mean, I enjoy because the racing and driving itself is interesting. But I've had 2 such races now, yesterday and today, when after half of the race I thought I'm gonna be half a minute of the lead in the end. Then yesterday I went out of the pits for the last time and somehow I was in the lead. And today, now it's looking pretty great as well. So the championship, if it counts at all, will be sealed before the last round with a victory. And I have yet to figure out if I can actually do the last round at the start of August. Might be tricky to find the time. Almost made the corner with 0 steering inputs. I just need to correct a little bit on the exit. Well, some people say that the cars need to be driven with, or like steered with throttle pedal, so kind of. Nah, maybe on fresh tires it would be easier. Must not throw it away now. It still is nice to have some fun with these tires. But that's just RF2 things, right? You turn in minimally and it already grips. Where is my gear? And then in, let's say, ACC you turn in a little bit and nothing happens at all. And then slowly something starts happening. And actually you can be pretty fast without even using the front tires here. But still, if you just turn in at the apex quite a lot, then you get extra bit of front grip. Well, that's as close as I can get to zero steering. Ah, too little throttle. Alright, well, 4 laps to go. Let's bring it home safely. Oh, I see Jesper and Wright are having a crazy battle for the P4. Didn't want to do this, but the rear gave up. Senna throttling, oh, I know what you mean by that. Well, I kind of call it understeer throttling, when you should be ramping up the throttle pedal, but the front of the car is not responding, so you just need to stab it and wait for it. Like here. But I mean, it doesn't really work in most cases with this car. Yeah, I suppose in simulators that promote quite a lot of rear slip angle, it's not really the way to drive the Senna throttle, because you just need to brake deep into the corner and just use the rear to rotate on the brakes. And then once you're at the point when you start thinking of throttle, it basically needs to be just like semi-decent and fast ramp from 0 to max and V-shape the exit. Three to go. Don't say his name in vain. Well, I guess he's taken as kind of half man, half god in some aspects from the F1 fandom, which is understandable. No, thank you. Well, it's quite fun drifting with this car, like it's really compliant, like it just takes huge angles. Sometimes it drifts without me wanting to, so I'm unhappy about that, but when I have it under control, so I induce it, then it's really good fun. Like this. Was not even a big angle, but it just feels so nice and under control. But I don't want to show you the tire temps. Well, now I have to. Like they shoot up to 200 plus and the grip drop off just doesn't happen. $300 even. Okay. The only grip drop off is because the pressures are skyrocketing. Oh, that was a stutter. That's worrying. It's quite a significant freeze. But if it wants to freeze, it can wait one more lap, please. One lap to go. Well, I mean, you say easy win incoming, but this was everything else than an easy win. Yes, he has forgot before. Ah, he had a big off, I suppose. Or maybe a big oof. If you rewind this stream like an hour and a half back, I will probably look very, how to say, unmotivated and reluctant to say anything, because I basically gave up on any hopes of winning. But things have changed dramatically. Or maybe it was from the start all just like a scripted plan for me to drive slow and then come back later, right? Not really. Two corners to go. Two drifts to go. Bit of grass. And here is our P1. Yes! Ah, that was such a weird race. And I would still probably appreciate and enjoy big battle with Gardiner a bit more in the last 10 laps, but it is how it is. Grande lavoro. It's funny because in Slovenian lavor is like a bucket that's used for cleaning. Actually, that's from Italian, right? Lavare. I think. I'm not sure. I had a bit of Latin, but that's it. Well, yeah, I imagined it in Vettel's voice. Lavare means washing. Okay, yeah. Let me jump over to... Where are you? Waiting for interview. Us. Oh. Hello. Okay. Well, that was a momentary software will disconnect when clicking stuff. Oof. Luckily that didn't happen during the race, because on some straight I opened OBS and checked something mid-race. Was it a left tap? I don't know. Felt like my steering went all the way to left. What headphones do I use? It's Logitech G... where are you? G535. They're really good, like very light and very like really pleasant to have for a long time on the head. Although the mic is a bit disappointing. But I mean, I'm just using it for TeamSpeak or like for Discord voice chat during the races to teammates. Hope my sound is fine, because I cannot hear anything in Discord. It is fine. Yeah, I don't know. It works. Must work. But well, if you guys are leaving now, then thank you for the watching and for the comments and so on. Thank you, Yankesh. I'll just keep the stream running to the end of the interview if it ever happens.
Champion after that victory. So Yere, it was confusing for us, honestly, on the pit strategy. Did you have that pit strategy planned out? Because we were surprised every time we saw you guys come into the lane.
Just before the race I decided, well, the tires are gonna take a big beating and will overheat, so I always need to change the left side tires, but I'm gonna like split it in two, so I'm gonna do like 2 double stints, but I will just change the left tires all the time, and then the rear tires, the right tires in the like second of the 3 pit stops. And it was quite funny because Race did exactly the same. It was quite funny.
Well, yeah, and that also kind of threw us for a loop that you two wound up mirroring each other. You two were in an extreme battle there at the end. Things so close between you, and yet we saw Reese make the mistake, which we feel seems a bit rare for him. Were you surprised to see him lose it out of the corner?
Well, in lap 1 and 2, when we were with Jesper in his slipstream, he was kind of making a lot of mistakes and seemingly struggling a little bit to find the balance. So I thought that, well, now that I was in his near proximity, he's maybe going to do more mistakes again, and I will have a chance. Because when he was far ahead, he had great pace. It felt like he had, well, unbeatable pace when there were no traffic or mistakes and so on. So in the end, yeah, I was hoping for a little bit of something that will give me some edge, because basically I could not overtake him with slipstream, because I lack a lot of horsepower with the Pontiac compared to the Barracuda. So yeah.
Well, with that win as well, from what I can tell, you, I believe, should be our champion for this season. How does it feel to wrap it up with a round to spare?
Yes, indeed. Well, I said during the stream that I'm not really here just for the title, but I'm here to really have good fun and good racing. And but it's still a title, right? So it still means something. It's better to win than not to win overall, and especially with myself being uncertain if I can actually make it to the last round. Let's see. I'll try, but let's see how it turns. But yeah, good to have it kind of finalized in some aspect, but still maybe we will have one last final fun at the start of August.
Well, thank you for giving us such an exciting race out there, and congratulations on the victory and title, sir.
Thank you for the broadcast as well.
No problem. And sounds like we've got our AM winner, Nikolai.
And that's going to do it. Maybe if I'm streaming, I can just about remember to maybe show the most important point of this race. And this was it. And he went into, yeah, he just clipped the wall. That's so painful, because at this point, wait, am I still live? Why is this happening? Come on. How long was this on? I start showing the replay, and then I think I click something and it goes off. I hope this has not been off for too long. Anyway, to finish the stream with the most important move of the race. So what happens here? Yeah, that bit of understeer. When he goes on throttle, the car just starts going straight, but he has to keep it floored. And then with his car being, well, stronger and a bit more on the limit with traction. And then at this point, it feels like it's still catchable. But then, I guess the curb did its job as well and rumbled the rear left into a spin. And I was very close to collect him. I kept it floored. No lift. At this point I thought he has caught it. So I kept it floored. And here I realize he's not making it. Why didn't I lift? That was stupid. I should have lifted here. Maybe I felt like there is still enough of momentum from him. There will be no contact. Maybe one last thing to check. What happened to Jesper? In lap 2. That's already after. No, maybe lap 3. Oh, okay, yeah. Unsighted wall. Very painful. Okay, that will be it. So, good night everybody, thank you for watching again and for commenting and so on. Was good fun still, a bit elongated event, but a nice story, nice race, nice win. With that, have a nice rest of the evening and good night, and see you in probably Le Mans Ultimate next week. Bye bye, good night.